But another way to say it would be we're looking for more definitive clouds. Under this scenario, if you see definitive clouds, that probably means you're seeing low clouds. We don't want to see low definitive clouds, okay? If that maybe makes more sense. So here's this thunderstorm complex that we're going to continue to keep a close watch on. That's not why the tornado warning is in effect. Here's why we have a tornado warning. The tornado warning is in effect, and I've taken the precipitation out so you can just follow the lightning. We've talked about this before, and although it doesn't show you where the rotation is, but when there's a lot of rain, sometimes I like to just show you the lightning because it tends to point out, at the very least, where are the strongest storms. And again, it probably doesn't take me to tell you, oh, there's two main, of all that rain we're looking at, there's a solid area of rain now that extends really from Albany, New York, down through the Gulf of Mexico. But within that large area of rain, there's two cells we're watching. This is this cell. Notice all the lightning, and if anything, we've seen the lightning increase a bit. So this is over the last hour. Watch that lightning increase. Again, you folks in Folkestone, you're going to have rain and lightning, but the tornado warning, or at least, so the tornado warning, the threat of a tornado, that's going to stay north of you. But this is why we're watching this complex, because if there's lightning in the cell, even without getting into satellite analysis and velocity, I could go on, that tells you that's a strong storm. And we'll check it out closer as well. And then this is also why I'm checking out that cell down to the south, and why longer term I'm actually a little more concerned, if that's the right word, because this thunderstorm complex, especially the southern parts of it, that's going to be heading in toward where temperatures are getting up to about 85 degrees. Okay. So this is I don't necessarily want to see. Now this obviously, now we're looking at more of just slate gray. We're looking southwest. This is from Jacksonville Beach. So we're looking basically, this particular camera is at Beach Boulevard and 3rd Street. If you think about it's within a block of the lifeguard station, and it's looking toward the southwest. Now notice what we see there is darker clouds. However, if the person operating the camera can hear me, if you can slide back a little more back where it was, I can point out why, although the storm is strong, there you go, to the left, although the storm is strong, keep going, there you go. Again, can you pan up just a little bit? Okay, so we'll stop right there. Do you see what looks like some other lower hanging clouds are kind of ragged? You see there's a slate gray, then there's in fact, technically, if a pilot was up there, they would say scud at about 1,000 feet. The good news is there's not a lot of that, and so that indicates that there's not much in the way of high winds getting down lower to where we are. If we were to start to see that scud increase and start to look more organized and start to look, instead of like, scud, I mean, it really defines, I think, how the cloud looks versus puffy cumulus clouds. If we started to see some lower cumulus clouds on that shot, that would be bad news. So this is interesting to see. On the other hand, if it continues to head to the west for another hour, from the west to the east, then that would mean the sea breeze will no longer enhance the storms. And that's another ingredient I'm looking at here. So this tornado warning that remains in effect over northern Charlton, Brantley, and Camden County, this is primarily there because of energy that is at about 5,000 to 10,000 feet. The question is, will it get to the surface? This thunderstorm complex here is farther away from the energy, but there's more heat. Heat is just a measure of energy. And because temperatures have heated up, the sea breeze has begun to kick in from Flagler County Pier on up to about the St. Augustine Pier. And as these thunderstorms that are heading from west to east then hit the sea breeze, that's going to be another reason for lift. And so that's another aspect why I'm focusing on where the heat is. Where it's not as hot, the sea breeze has not been allowed to develop. That's a good thing. Where it is hotter, the sea breeze has come in, and when these thunderstorms make it to the sea breeze, that would give them another reason to develop. So again, this is all happening because of this storm system that's now headed into Canada. It's one of the reasons why this squall line that produced that violent weather in Texas and then into New Orleans and Mississippi is no longer as strong, but still obviously capable of producing some rotation. And eventually, folks, our big headline will be the rain. After we get beyond this afternoon and this evening, our main concern will be how much more rain is going to come at us from the Gulf of Mexico. But as long as there's a little bit of heat still to work with, then we have the concern with the tornado warnings, and then even thunderstorms that might produce severe weather. Remember, we can have wind damage without tornadoes, and anytime a severe thunderstorm warning is issued, that means potentially wind damage just from straight line winds. So we continue with the tornado warning over northwestern Camden, southeastern Brantley, and far northern Charlton County. So why don't we do some analysis and forecasting here together, and we're going to zoom on in to the two main cells we're watching. So there's on the northern part, there's the tornado warning. North of Folkestone, west of Brunswick, that thunderstorm complex will be impacting those of you in Waynesville, and then there's the thunderstorm complex farther off to the south. This is over the last 3 hours. We're going to slow it down. Just take a look at the last 30 minutes. And I think we can do a little more. So you see where the tornado watch is, Baker and Duval County North. We're going to take that off, and we're just going to show you where the tornado warning is, and we'll leave the tornado watch out. In fact, for a moment, so there you see, and I think the lightning helps paint the picture. So you see the tornado warning to the north. That's over Charlton, northwest Camden, and Brantley County, and then the thunderstorm complex producing heavy rain that so far has not become technically severe, but it's a pretty vigorous storm in Duval, but more significantly for Clay, and eventually will be for St. Johns and Putnam County. So with the radar, we're going to just look at what we call the we're going to look at just what we call the vertical integrated liquid. So there you see all the rain, okay? But the point here is not to tell you that it's raining. You know that it's raining. Where's the worst of the storms? And so we're going to zoom on into the storm where the tornado warning is in effect. And yeah, we can see why there's still a tornado warning in effect. You see within that cluster just sort of a hard bullseye of this is actually developed more vertical activity. So this tornado warning actually has me a little more concerned than we had earlier. So there is the strongest portion of the storm. It's heading to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And so we're going to paint just about where that's going to go, which is about like this. And so that's really trying to nail it down for you folks. Those of you, Sand Hill, Mount Zion, Pilgrim's Rest, some of those areas, if they're familiar to you, over the next 15 minutes, I would take this tornado warning very serious. Keep you and your loved ones off the road. That's the most dangerous place to be. Stay away from windows. If you're in a building that has more than one story, get everyone downstairs at the lowest level, in a basement if you can, because this storm, which had and so far simply has rotation indicated above, has certainly gotten stronger, and there is the possibility, at the very least, that thunderstorm complex is getting stronger. So even for those of you, I'll tell you what, we'll expand that picture a little bit. So let's say that cell maintains itself and goes a little bit longer than what we had painted, because it sure looks like it might. And we'll take it out to about 30 minutes or so. So that gets it up toward Waynesville and Georgetown as we get toward about 4:30 and 4:40. Again, we haven't had indications of damage lately, but this thunderstorm is more vigorous than it was. So I will not be surprised at all if this tornado warning possibly is extended at least into northwestern Glynn County. Now, on this particular track, that would keep the storm northwest of those of you in Brunswick. But we have seen these storms, if anything, showing a bit of a rightward tendency. And what I mean by that is it could be that this portion of the storm is building more in that direction. So again, we might see a warning extended for northwestern Glynn County, and it could be that for those of you in Brunswick as well, that it becomes more of a significant event. So I would keep that in mind. So again, a tornado warning in effect for those of you in, I would say actually for those of you in Charlton County, your threat's over. So again, folks, to no problem for you. And really, I would say the main concern now will be for those of you over southeastern Brantley and northwestern Camden County. Now I want to slide on down south, and we have rain and lightning in Duval, no doubt about it. But the stronger portion of the storm, there's Oakleaf on down to Fleming Island and Middleburg, and I'm going to explain this. Okay, we're not all about bad news. So here's a little bit of good news. Although this storm had been intensifying, at least over the last 15 minutes, I haven't seen any further intensification. Now I'm still watching closely. You can see this one particular cell that works about like this, and then more motion like this, and this motion from southwest to the northeast. Meanwhile, we're looking from downtown, and that is to the west end of the northwest. And again, we're looking from the, okay, so we're looking toward the south bank. Got you. And again, that's a slate gray look, so that I like to see. That pretty much just indicates rain and rumbles. But what I'm analyzing here is still the potential for possible further intensification of this storm, especially over northeastern Clay County. So I'd still say, even though you're not under a warning, if you don't have to be on the roadway from Oakleaf to Argyle to Orange Park, down 17 to Green Cove Springs, over to Middleburg, I would hold off for just a bit. You're looking also now at the Buckman and the rain, and notice the rain becoming heavier. Again, it's I know for some of you folks, you may not have the option of not getting on the roadway because we're getting toward rush hour, but definitely give yourself some extra time. Okay, despite the intensity of the storm we're seeing, good news for those of you in Brantley, Camden, and Charlton County, the tornado warning is no longer in effect. So I'm going to let you get back to your programming here pretty soon. I just want to take a bigger look at the picture so we can tell the whole story for you here. And so that's the big picture. So the good news is the tornado warning no longer in effect, but hopefully I've pointed out that this is still a strong storm. So for those of you in northwestern Camden, southeastern Brantley, and in Glynn County, keep a close watch on this storm. If you have to be out and about, just be aware of the fact, even though there's no longer a tornado warning, there will be heavy rain and lightning, and we might be coming back to that one. But for now, the tornado warning no longer in effect. Again, the shading showing where the tornado watch, other storms that might produce tornadoes from Duval and Baker County north. But even though those of you in Clay, St. Johns, Putnam, and Flagler aren't under any watches or warnings, best I can tell, the strongest storm we have right now is actually over Clay, and it's going to be heading into St. Johns and northern Putnam County over about the next 30 minutes. We'll be back within about the next 30 minutes to give you an update unless there's a warning beforehand.
This has been a severe weather update from the First Coast News weather team. Download the First Coast News app for live weather updates anytime. This is a severe weather update from the First Coast News weather team.
And folks, we're interrupting programming. Sorry, but we're doing that because we have another tornado warning. It's within the same cell that we've been watching. That's gone from Eccles and Clinch County through Brantley and Charlton. And now we continue with the tornado warning for those of you in Camden and portions of Glynn County. So here's the overall complex. All of us, if you don't have it yet, rain and thunderstorms are on the way. Most of us now are receiving some rain and thunderstorms, but we're coming in and we're interrupting program because of this. Now, the shading indicates a tornado watch. It's Duval and Baker County north through 9 o'clock tonight. Although for those of you to the south, we could see some severe thunderstorms as well. But the tornado warning is due to that same system in which we've seen potentially some rotation. So not this system, but just because you don't have a warning doesn't mean you shouldn't be watching. It's still very heavy rain and gusty winds now. Oakleaf to Orange Park, moving out of Middleburg on down to the Green Cove Springs area, and we'll keep a close watch on that. But this is the tornado warning. So this is now, again, includes Charlton County, but again, it's northeast of those of you in Folkestone. So in Folkestone, I know you're having heavy rains and lightning and some pretty gusty winds, but the main concern is moving out of Charlton County and primarily into far northwestern Camden County. Now, technically, we're not including Glynn County, but I'll show you in a moment of why, at least for those of you in Glynn County, be prepared. You're going to have some heavy rain and some pretty gusty winds as well. And although overall this is part of the same system, we really have two different ingredients going on here, or two different types of systems. And I mention the type because it helps us all to be forecasters. From this portion north, where the tornado warning is in effect, again, radar indicated. We don't have observations of it on the ground, but radar indicated primarily northwestern Camden County. That's because of a lot of energy at 5,000 feet up. And the question is, will it get down to the ground? It briefly did in Eccles County where a few trees were downed. Other than that, we don't have any reports. These thunderstorms, especially that go from near Green Cove Springs to Keystone Heights, we're watching closely because these are developing due to the heat of the day. And if they intensify, they could rapidly produce some wind damage, well, where we are, right on the ground, and they're going to come in against the sea breeze of the day. So again, the tornado warning until 5 o'clock tonight for those of you primarily in northwest Camden County. It's radar indicated. This thunderstorm, we don't have a warning out, but it's pretty intense and producing very heavy rains right over where where most of our traffic is. We're talking about the core of Duval and then Highway 17. It's going to be getting over to Highway 13 in St. Johns County as well. I'm watching this closely because I just want to make sure we don't miss out on this storm possibly intensifying and becoming severe, although I don't see it necessarily intensifying. On the other hand, you may think that as we're looking there a live shot that's just a slate gray look, but if you look closely there, that's actually the Danes Point Bridge. This is the Buckman Bridge. This is the Buckman Bridge where visibilities are reduced significantly because of heavy rain. So if nothing else, even for those of you not under warnings and you're not under watches, that doesn't mean you're not going to have heavy duty weather. The same squall that we've been watching since it erupted over Texas has continued eastward, and now it's going to be over all of us through rush hour this evening. We may get a bit of a break before other rounds of heavy rain. So again, we're hyper-focused on where the wind damage potential, where the tornadic potential is, but that doesn't mean in other areas the weather's nice. What you're seeing over the Buckman, we're seeing in many areas. Now you're looking at downtown. This is looking at the bank, and again, slate gray sky looking off to the east. The heaviest rain downtown is actually now just east of downtown, although rain will continue over much of Duval. Meanwhile, we continue to watch this cell. Now, if you're with us earlier in the just really about 30 minutes ago, we talked about the fact that although the cells were moving northeastward, there tended to be a rightward bias. That is, they were tending to intensify more to the right of motion because there was a little more heat, and that's what happened. So there was the cell we were watching with extreme curiosity. Although heavy rain and gusty winds, that is now working through far northwestern Camden into Glynn County. So heavy rain spreading across Glynn County, but the stronger portion of the storm, there's that rightward bias formed off to the right, and this is why a tornado warning has been issued for northwestern Camden County. Again, though, radar indicated, so it's not like anyone's seeing a tornado or that there is wind damage to the ground, but that rotation is just close enough to where it makes sense. It's worth your energy to take precautions for those of you, especially in northwestern Camden County. And it probably doesn't take me to tell you, well, the tornado warning goes to about I-95, well north of St. Mary's and other areas of southern Camden County, but up toward Woodbine, and eventually that cell could make it up to about the Brunswick area. In fact, why don't we paint a few areas? So Woodbine, again, tornado warning in the Woodbine area. Now would be the time to take precautions. Worst place to be, on the roadway, especially in a moving vehicle. That's the most dangerous place to be. In a building, if it's multiple stories, the lower you can go, the better, and the farther away from windows, the better and the safer you'll be. And Woodbine is really the focus of the tornado warning due to this cell that's indicating some rotation in far northwestern Camden County. Now, I've painted it off to the northwest. I want to make it clear. The tornado warning does not include other areas east of I-95 in Camden County. The tornado warning does not include Brunswick. All I'm saying is, even if this then gets to the point to where once again the tornado warning is canceled, if the thunderstorm complex will continue. So at the very least, I'm just painting where the thunderstorm complex will go east of I-95 in northern Camden County, and then in southeastern Glynn County, which of course includes Brunswick, and then eventually on out to St. Simons and the rest of the Golden Isles. On the other hand, this does mean that although more rain is on the way, for those of you over Pierce, Brantley, or that is Pierce, yeah, really Brantley County for that matter, certainly Ware County, the worst for you is over. You will have more rain, and you are technically under a tornado watch, and we will watch closely for you. But in these areas, especially in Pierce, Ware, and Clinch counties, although you're under a tornado watch, I suspect that's going to be dropped pretty quickly from the Severe Storms Forecast Office. Okay, let's get back down into the Jax metro area, because although technically we're not under a warning, this is a vigorous storm. We showed you the heavy rains. The heaviest of the rains are now right along I-95 and then east of I-95 heading toward the beaches, are then from downtown south on all sections of the loop, and then right down I-95, down Highway 13 and 17. Clay County now, you're going to see improvements over northwestern Clay County. Those of you in Oakleaf and Argyle, conditions will be improving there. In Middleburg, conditions will be improving in about 15 minutes. On the other hand, from Orange Park through Fleming Island, Doctors Inlet, on down to Green Cove Springs, you're going to have heavy rains, lightning, and winds, maybe gusting up to 50 miles per hour. So technically not severe, but that's a pretty intense storm. You'll be dealing with that. And now I think you can see working into southeastern Duval, northern St. Johns County. Certainly think from Fruit Cove on over to Baptist South, on over to Ponte Vedra, Nocatee, this thunderstorm complex heading in your direction. Again, the tornado warning is in effect for Camden and Charlton County until 5 p.m. The tornado watch, that means potentially some other storms may form. That's indicated farther off to the north. We just got an update on the tornado warning. It is still radar indicated. And I don't want to make light of that. That's significant, and I want you to take it serious. But it also means at least we haven't had eyeball presentation of tornadoes. Certainly if you see one and or you see wind damage in those counties of southeastern Georgia, pass them on to us. It helps verify, also helps show all folks, including the emergency officials in those counties, just what's happened and maybe where there might be some power lines down. Again, we don't have a warning here. This still has a pretty strong potential for continuing to develop. So for those of you in St. Augustine, down toward Palatka, that thunderstorm complex I'm watching closely for you, because that will intensify. Okay, so here's a look from the south side looking toward downtown. It may look foggy to you, visibilities are reduced, but it's mainly because the rain is heavy. Because we're getting wind gusts to about 40 miles per hour. And so if for some reason you haven't noticed the rain in your place, this is what it's like when it's where you are if you're going to be out and about. As far as rush hour is concerned, I know for some of us, we don't have a choice. So if you have to get out there, make sure you give yourself extra time. Traffic is going to be moving slowly at best. On the other hand, at least visually, both from the radar and from what you see, and now in all of the Jacksonville metropolitan area, if you don't have to be out and about, I'd say really for the next hour or so, I would leave it alone. even if you don't get a warning, we're going to have heavy rains, gusty winds, and there will be more on the way. So what I've painted here is where the leading edge of the strongest portion of the storm is. Again, I'm not necessarily saying you're going to be under severe thunderstorm warning, but plan on heavy rain, lightning, winds gusting up to about 40, maybe 50 miles per hour. That can be a big deal on some of our higher bridges, and for that matter, on some of the flyovers around the First Coast. So again, some of the heaviest of the weather working out from downtown toward the beaches, from Highway 17, Highway 13, really even San Jose, out toward Ponte Vedra. And then for those of you in northern St. Johns County where you've been watching this all day, although you see the cells heading northeastward, the overall line is going to be working from west to east. Now the good news is, although we saw this particular thunderstorm complex intensifying pretty quickly about 30 to 45 minutes ago, I haven't seen any more intensification, so that's good news. All right, we're going to go to Jacksonville Beach, and well, there you see the drops, so it doesn't take me to tell you what that means. We also see some lower clouds. That means this system is intensifying. A little bit of good news. Again, I don't want to make light. It's a storm. We're getting gusts to 40 miles per hour. The little bit of good news is that means that the storm has now hit the beaches, and at least from Duval County north, we no longer have to worry about the sea breeze causing the storm to get stronger. So at least from Duval County north, stormy, no doubt about it. But now that we've seen, and I know it's a little tough to tell, but there is a gust front there and indications that the lower clouds have made it to the beach, and that means from Duval County north, for those of you that follow directions, so that southeast sea breeze has now given way to the west wind. At some point farther to the south, I'm concerned that may cause a further eruption of these storms, but at least from Duval County north, that supports the idea, rain, gusts to 40 miles per hour, but at least from Duval County north, I don't think we have to worry about the gust front. Now, I think we can now say the tornado warning has been canceled for Charlton County, okay, and continues for Camden County. So that pretty much supports what we've talked about, that the thunderstorm complex pretty much moving out of Charlton County, and if the rotation that we see on radar, and there you see it shaved off now. So the tornado warning for Camden County, and notice we have not extended it any farther to the east than I-95. So tornado warning for far northwestern Camden County. And notice now I'm just showing you the lightning. Doesn't mean there isn't rain. Okay, hopefully we're all aware that the rain that's out there, but I do think occasionally just showing you the lightning helps us focus on the main areas we're watching. This is where the warning is, and now a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Glynn County. So that supports what we've talked about. Now a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Glynn County. That does support the idea that maybe we don't have to worry about the rotation coming down with that particular cell. We're going to occasionally show you the big picture because I don't want you to think that this is it as far as the rain. Although this event is probably going to be our one event, at least through 9 o'clock tonight, in which the concern there is for wind damage. The rains are going to continue, maybe not steady, but much of this activity that's over the Gulf of Mexico, new storms will be developing until the front comes through, and the front is not going to come through until Friday morning. So we're going to have rounds of rain, occasionally heavy, probably heavier for those of us in northeastern Florida versus southeastern Georgia, but heavy rains on the way. I don't have to tell you that we've had a wet latter part of winter and early spring, a lot of full ditches and retention ponds. So I think once we get beyond this evening, the big question is going to be how much will the rains aggravate the minor flooding that's going on the St. Mary's and the Santa Fe, and then what's it going to mean as far as our roads are concerned. Of course, the roads are a mess right now. We could see more rain overnight tonight and for tomorrow morning's rush hour, so make sure you check out what's happening there. So there's the tornado warning. Again, that's for just a small section of northwestern Camden County. The storm that's intensifying and did so especially over northern Clay County is now working into Duval, northwestern St. Johns County. Haven't seen it intensify much more, and I think if there's going to be any more new intensification, it's going to tend to be east of Keystone Heights, down toward Palatka, over toward St. Augustine. For those of you farther out to the west, if you're west of I-95 from Duval north, although rain and rumbles will continue, I think the threat of damaging weather will be over once we get rid of this cell that's over far northwestern Camden County. I continue to check out this cell because it's very interesting to me, but the good news is we have not seen any further intensification I'm just trying to check this out, folks, so we're not surprised, and at least we don't see any further intensification of that. Again, the tornado watch in effect from Duval County north, and I guess that's another reason I want to continue to point out that although there's tornado watches from Duval County north, we could still see some severe thunderstorms farther off to the south. Remember, severe means winds of 58 miles per hour. Those storms over St. John's, Clay, and soon Putnam and Flagler, producing some gusts of 50. So kind of splitting hairs there. Okay, so let's go. This is the tornado, what's left of the tornado warning. The strongest portion of the cell that's possibly producing some rotation. In other words, will that rotation make it to the ground and cause damage? That's passing just northwest of Woodbine. So although you see this portion of Camden County, far northwestern Camden County, other than the tornado warning, you see this border here of a less intense color, that's where the severe thunderstorm warning is, and we can paint that storm. So this is where the worst of the storm is, pretty much now over the northwestern half of that box, and we painted this earlier, and I think it's going to paint out pretty well that the strongest portion of this storm will be on the edge of it, working up into Brunswick by about 5 o'clock and probably over to the islands by about 5:10 or so. Again, this is the same cell that came out of Eccles, Clinch County, and I think became most intense about 15 minutes ago and has since weakened. To see that intense colors, you can see a real bullseye right about there, and then it has since weakened. So I think what we're doing is we're playing it safe as far as this tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning, again, that means winds of 58 miles per hour or more. That's 50 knots. What's so special about 50? What engineers have determined, and it's a pretty accurate job the engineers have done, that even to this day, and this determination was made back in the early 70s, that even to this day, once we get winds gusting up to 50 knots, that's considered a storm as opposed to a gale. Once we get to 58 knots, which is 58 miles per hour, we do start to see some wind damage. We start to see some limbs come down. We start to see limbs blowing through windows. We start to see fences, that kind of damage. So not catastrophic, but that kind of damage, wind damage, begins at about 50 miles per hour. All right, so in Duval County, we showed you at the beach that the storms have made it to the beach. And again, yes, heavy rain and lightning, but at least that means the sea breeze will no longer be an added ingredient to make this stronger. Yeah, there's another look at the beach. And I know it's a little tough to tell here, and maybe easier for me just because that's what I do. I stare at this stuff, folks. But the lower level clouds have gone from west to east. They've gone offshore. So in other words, that southeast wind that would have been feeding the storm, the winds are now blowing from west to east. So that's good news for the beaches. On the other hand, we still have a sea breeze, pretty strong one, from about South Ponte Vedra Beach through St. Augustine on down south. And these storms will be coming up to meet that. And so that's why if there's going to be the next line of severe thunderstorms, then it's going to be where the rains haven't hit and where the sea breeze is. So think far southeastern Clay County, portions of St. Johns County, and then down toward Putnam, and then the rest of Flagler County. And this paints where the leading edge of that storm will be headed. Continue to pop around here. I'm going to get out of the way so you can do some analysis with me, and we're going to zoom in on this area in which the tornado warning is still in effect, and we'll just check it out together. So this showing you just the lightning. I'll take some of the shading off here, and there you see the strongest portion of the storm. And if we're just talking about the heaviest of the rain and gusty winds, the leading edge has now made it into Brunswick to about Woodbine, and it's going to continue about like this, and we'll paint some of the areas. I know we know you've had rain, but this is about when and where the heaviest of the rains will be as the storm heads off to the east and to the northeast. Again, the storm's headed through, we just got verification here, the storm's headed through northern Clay, southeastern Duval, continue to produce occasionally some winds gusting to about 50 miles per hour. So again, although technically that storm over eastern Duval and now into northern St. John's is technically not severe, it's a pretty vigorous storm. Okay, so we know about the rain. Let's take a look at how much vertical extent is there to this storm. And I think you can see here with me, and what we'll do is we'll take out some of this noise, and yeah, you notice how, and we'll zoom in here, that the storm I think was most intense just after we were going off the air, about 15 minutes or so, and I think you'll see what I'm talking about there. Notice how we see that in pretty vivid color there. That was to the north of Folkestone. In fact, we can track along here. There it is. Really blows up for about 5 minutes, and then as it passes just off to the south of Georgetown, not nearly as much in the way of vertical development. So, although yes, we still continue with the tornado warning, the cell certainly isn't getting any stronger. But there's another way to look at it. For instance, for those of you in the Woodbine area, why not just play it safe for about another 5 minutes? Because although the tornado warning goes till 5, it is this portion of the storm right here that if there's rotation, it's going to be right there. And so that has passed to the north of Woodbine and is pretty much passing beyond your area. So, you know, in the Woodbine, or if you're in the Woodbine area, why not just stay off the roads and keep your family and loved ones away from windows for another 5 minutes or so, and that storm will be out of here. You're going to continue with rain, and you'll continue with some lightning as well, which of course is always dangerous, but at least the worst of that cell will be over. And why don't we expand the picture a little bit here and see if there's any other cells developing. We've been talking about this rightward tendency, and what I mean by that is, whereas the main motion of the storms have been off to the northeast, that the newer, stronger storms tend to have a rightward bias. That is, they tend to go off like this, and then after that main one, then there's another one that's going to go about like this. And so those are the ones that I'm really watching, and I don't see them becoming much stronger. And remember, they are well north of where the heat is. So the heat is down here. There's a few spots where temperatures are still pretty close to 84 degrees. And that is over interior Flagler County and far southeastern Putnam County. So I think as these storms develop, that's going to be the area. Again, you're not under a warning, but if there's going to be any new warnings, even though you're not under a watch, I think this is the area we're going to be watching from Palatka down to Willatka, over to about Crescent Beach, on over to Palm Coast, and probably within about the next 30 minutes or so. In fact, as we're doing this, I suspect you see what I see, which is a cell that's racing to the northeast, east of Marion, or east of Ocala. So again, I'm not saying that this is severe, but if there's going to be this is probably going to be the event coming out of Marion County, north of I-4. So again, I'm not saying this is going to be a severe thunderstorm, but for those of you farther off to the south, especially Crescent City, Bunnell, Palm Coast, Butler Beach, this is the time frame in which, at the very least, you're probably going to have an intensifying thunderstorm heading your way. I've just got a text from someone that actually was a good text, saying it's simply rained and winds gusting to about 40 miles per hour. That is over western St. Johns County. So how about let's go farther off, and we'll check out the big picture again, and hopefully this will be it as far as this particular tornado warning is concerned. But remember, we're all from Duval and Baker County north, we continue to be under a tornado watch, which means this large storm system, which now stretches from Canada all the way down to Cozumel, Mexico, the strongest portion of the storm heading off to Canada. And that's why, although we're dealing with the storm, this same squall is no longer nearly as vigorous as it was as it went through Texas 2 days ago, from New Orleans to Jackson, Mississippi yesterday, and now here it is working through the first coast. Again, the shading indicating where the tornado watch is, Duval and Baker County northward through southeastern Georgia. The tornado warning for those of you in northwestern Camden, I feel very confident that's going to be canceled momentarily. But there will occasionally be some severe thunderstorm warnings, meaning thunderstorms that could produce winds not only at 50 miles per hour, but maybe getting up toward 60 miles per hour. That's enough to cause at least some wind damage, have some debris fly around, maybe some limbs. Of course, a limb could always go through a window. So that's what we'll be watching. So this is the strongest storm right now. Still some vigorous storms over Clay County, but I do think your threat in Clay County of additional damaging storms is about ready to come to an end, as that rain cooling the temperatures quite nicely. Here we see rain over the south side, heavy rain and some lightning during rush hour, so no doubt about it, it's a mess. On the other hand, that heavy rain has knocked temperatures down into the lower and middle 70s. That's good news, because that means at least we're not getting heat from the surface to add fuel to the punch to the system. So as much as maybe that's not a Chamber of Commerce type of picture, and it certainly will add to the messiness of rush, I like to see that as a forecaster, because that means we're not adding heat as an extra ingredient to the severe weather. So we'll continue to hop around, and as we do so, continue to check out the storm system that's working through eastern Duval now. Still some heavy rain over Clay County and some lightning as well. So again, I don't want to diminish the threat of the lightning. Lightning actually kills more of us in Florida and Georgia than any other weather event, even more than tornadoes, even more year to year than hurricanes. So always keep the lightning as a knowledgeable ingredient to something to be aware of. And to me, that would be reason enough for outdoor activities to be canceled. And there's just plain the rain. But I think, again, this points out what we'll be talking about through the evening, that although the tornado watch is for Duval and Baker County North until 9, I think that once this cell gets offshore, and that's going to be within about an hour, any additional potential severe storms. And we say severe, that's really our way of saying damaging weather. So any new potential damaging weather, I think, will actually be south of the watch. I think as we go through the evening, it's actually going to be, if we have any new damaging weather, it's going to be south of the line from Green Cove Springs to Nocatee and then on southward. Again, if you're north of there, that's not me saying it's going to be a nice evening. We'll continue with rain and rumbles, and for the next hour or so over eastern Nassau, eastern Duval, southeastern Duval, northern Clay, northern St. Johns County, you do have, and you will continue to have heavy rain and lightning. But as we take it to the concern of the next level, what about damage? I think as we get into the evening hours, that's going to be for those of you farther off to the south. And all I'm doing here, folks, as we hop around and show you different colors, is I'm just checking this out with you. So this is not recorded. You're looking at radar with me. I'm sorry you may have missed your programs through the afternoon, but it is our public responsibility, especially when a tornado warning is issued, that it's our responsibility to warn the public. In fact, if we don't do that, they'll take us off the air. So again, a tornado warning as we finish up will be ending soon over northwestern Camden County, but we continue with the tornado watch until 9 p.m. My boss is talking to me. And what did the boss say?
Mike, he's talking to you. Mike, he's talking to you.
Okay, we're going to take...
No, not yet. Stay on.
Okay, so we're going to continue. I'm just making sure, folks, that I'm following what we're supposed to be doing as we have two stations here and about ready to have the 5 o'clock news. I can see Anthony and Heather are ready to go. Again, tornado watch in effect from Duval and Baker County on toward the north. We do have severe thunderstorm warning now for Camden County. So the threat of the tornado warning, I'm reading a lot all at once here, folks. So, okay, we thought this might happen. This is good news. The tornado watch no longer in effect for Clinch and Ware County. The tornado watch will continue for the rest of us. The tornado warning will end for Camden County. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for Camden and Glynn County at least until 5 o'clock. And for the rest of us, it's just plain rainy with strong storms with the potential for more storms. So hopefully that all makes sense. I know sometimes it sounds like a lot of vocabulary, but it really is our way of trying to be, instead of just saying run for the hills, we're really trying to be specific as far as what is going on here. The tornado warning coming to an end. Severe thunderstorm warning will continue for a little bit longer, even if it's dropped. We'll continue with heavy rain, Lots of lightning and winds at least gusting to over 50 miles per hour for those of you in Glynn County. For those of you in eastern Duval, the heaviest of the rain and the lightning will be ending within about 15 minutes. For those of you in St. John's and Clay, for Putnam and Flagler, even though you're not under the tornado watch, you will now and will continue to have some of the heaviest rains, potentially the strongest winds as we go into the evening hours. I know it sounds a little maybe counterintuitive there, but I think the colors indicate it. Again, you can see a lot of intense color here, heavy rains, but also notice the motion. Remember, the cold front is still to our west. Until the cold front gets through, there's going to be a lot of rain coming at us from the Gulf of Mexico. And so if you want to see a sign that the storms are coming to an end, you want to see motion from the northwest to the southeast. Notice we're seeing the opposite over Clay and St. Johns County. We're still seeing motion from the south toward the north. Now, if you're not someone who watches what's happening on the surface, I mention that because in Clay County and even in parts of St. Johns County now, the surface winds are from the west to the east. And sometimes that means drying air. But really all that means is there's a lot of tropical moisture riding up, we call over that. And so these are overrunning rain events. And this is the type of pattern that we'll increasingly focus on as we go through the night tonight and tomorrow morning, because this is the type of event that will then cause the headline to be more in the way of heavy rain as opposed to damaging winds. But nonetheless, strong storms out there and continue. But overall, the temperatures now beginning to cool even over southern St. Johns County, and that could be a good sign. So bottom line is tornado watch, Duval, Baker County to the north, all of us receiving rain, and this is just the beginning. Much more to come. We're going to break it down for you in just a few moments.
This is First Coast News on your side.
And first tonight at 5, we are tracking strong storms making their way across the First Coast. Tornado watches, heavy rain impacting much of our viewing area. And you're taking a live look there on the bottom of your screen at I-95 and JTV.
That's right. So if you know somebody traveling right now, tell them to be careful on the roadways. Tim Deegan has been talking about this storm system that was heading our way, and he has been doing a great job covering this for us this afternoon. Let's go to Tim now with another check of this current forecast.
All right, thank you, Anthony and Heather. And how about a little bit of good news? Again, if you're new to the area or if you've forgotten, you hear all this vocabulary, it's better to hear watch than warning. Watch means something might happen. Warning means storms are happening. And at the present time,